Good evening, gents. Yeah, I'm about to go to bed. Racket goes live. I have some super glass making to do anyways. Fuck it. That's what I like to see. Good evening, Jargon. Yeah, it's the unfortunate thing with only being able to really stream in the evenings now. Although if the job search continues on this path, I've been considering maybe starting up the morning streams again because at this point, it's been about a week since I've started looking, and in the areas where I want to work, remote, hybrid, and relatively local, and I have area of expertise, I've pretty much exhausted all the stuff that's been posted, at least now. So I'll dial it back a little bit and potentially do some streams in the morning and then in the afternoon, focus back on the job search as needed. I would really like to land something that's relevant and not just go start some entry level thing and start over from scratch, ideally. Anyway, so like the last, I don't know, couple days of me doing that, I spent the better part of the morning and a day doing that, and then just, one, getting frustrated with the amount of crap job postings out there and wasting my time, essentially. So I do that for a couple hours, and then I go kill some Fasani, and I've done probably 60 or so in the last few days. So then my attitude is, well, if I'm going to be doing Fasani, I might as well stream it then, too? And just kind of take a mental break before submerging myself back in that crap. I think I mentioned it last time I talked about it, but there's a hell of a lot of listings for like, oh yeah, lend us your engineering expertise so we can train AI to essentially replace the engineers. It's like, why would I want to do that? Now, on the one hand, it kind of makes sense because then the engineers can leverage that and essentially do the work of five engineers or a whole team at once. I get it, but you know that engineering firms are going to do what they do with the software shit. All the entry-level stuff is going to get nixed, and they're just going to try and do everything with AI, rightly or wrongly. Back in my day, we had to write our own resume and then dry up at all the places to fill out their applications. Yep. Which I don't believe, because even my first job out of college, that was done through the online resources. Oh, that's another thing that's been like really frustrating me. The state-run job searches website is abhorrently bad and not useful. Hey, I want an engineer job within 20 miles of where I live, right? Ah, how about the Twin Cities? The Twin Cities is like 60 plus miles away. No, I don't want to. Well, how about south of the cities? You want south of the cities? That's even further away. No. Now, I can't speak as to the quality of the job postings, but so far, the ones that are like closest to what I'm looking for have been from LinkedIn, sadly, versus the other ones that are like specifically for job recruiting. You know, the ZipRecruiter and the Indeed and that sort of stuff. Like they're better than the government website, but they're still not. They're not good. Hey, sniper. All the searches are bad nowadays. They might have absolute BS as well. Yeah, and I just know based on some of this stuff because one, half the listings are from um, talent agencies or recruiters, if you want to call it that, whatever. They're not even the actual company that's looking to hire you theoretically. And so I get very, very nervous when a listing is so vague and generic that it's just like, okay, but who is your client? Our client is looking for this. It sounds good, but who is it? The ones that I can actually find where there's, you know, listing somewhere, I can look up their company and, you know, figure out what they make, how long they've been in business. Some due diligence before throwing my application that way. So I've been kind of avoiding all these random generic talent recruiter bullshit. I'm in academics by not being able to find a job in the field with major shortages, interesting times. That thought had crossed my mind, but it seems like they would require you to be like a master's degree or something. Yeah, which I don't have. Who knows, maybe the next place I work at will have some sort of tuition reimbursement. I can start working on a master's program or something online. See, when I was looking for remote work, I started getting all spam texts like, "Hi, working for some scammy thing." Yeah, exactly. I know that my increase in spam calls is not just the political shit, but it's probably related to all those job applications. So many spoofers in my area code right now. My wife used to be a recruiter. I wouldn't sleep on having a recruiter look for you. That's how she got her last job as well. I did get contacted by a recruiter looking for someone, and I'm not saying that they're not legitimate. But you know, some companies, a lot of the job listings out there are really just data brokers, and I don't want to feed into that as best I can. I'm excited to be able to delegate to 4 students soon, but man, grading might take as much work. I do get a holiday while they're being trained though, so that's nice. Anyway, so we had basically just an HR interview yesterday. I get to talk with the actual engineer tomorrow. So I don't have my hopes up yet. If that goes well, then I'll be able to do an in-person interview and actually get a nice tour of the factory and that stuff. Holiday and off-season, my beloved. I agree with that, but an actual recruiting firm can be good, yeah. I just gotta remind myself, it's only been...
I don't mean to alarm anybody, but I think we're being
Yep,
followed.
Don, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. I also gotta remind myself that I have been looking for a job for not even a week at this point. Like, sometimes their timelines are like, oh yeah, we'll collect applications for a couple weeks and then pick out the candidates. So I know there's a few of those situations where it hasn't been long enough yet. So, what's your specialty? Ever think of surveying? My specialty is mechanical engineering, and I'm finding that I guess the emphasis, if you want to call it that, my emphasis is on manufacturing, industrial manufacturing. Because I've seen a lot of mechanical engineering jobs out there, but like, oh yeah, you gotta have 5 to 10 years of HVAC. It's like, I didn't go into HVAC. Oh, well, how about nuclear engineering? No. That said, I'd be willing to learn, but your job posting says you want some a shit ton of certifications. Oh, that was another thing too. There's a lot of like building and contractors and that sort of thing, and lots of things requiring a PE, professional engineer license. And it's just like I'm industrial engineer or industrial and manufacturing. I got a nuke in Call of Duty once. Does that count? Sadly, no. Certifications go a long way. Well, unfortunately, with that sort of certification, it wasn't something I could just pursue on my own. You have to train under a professional engineer for a couple of years, and then do a bunch of studying and take a PE exam to get licensed. I did take the initial exam, so I am an EIT, but that was, I guess, 14 years ago now, so I have no idea if that's even still current or relevant or what. I'm a server and joined a company for bridge engineering in the same company, FAD and Plasma, the Department of Defense. Now I'm going to... Now I'm going for my SIT in training. Oh, okay. Oh gosh, that's right. I remember you doing that. Yeah, it was many, many nights of sitting in lectures doing that crap. Hey, yep, Don, thanks for the prime. That was a funny exam because in the morning it was like a full day exam. In the morning, all the engineers in there from all different disciplines had basically the same introductory to engineering type stuff, and everybody took about as long as everybody else. And then in the afternoon was like your field specific stuff. And everybody that was in the chemies, they were out of there in like an hour. Meanwhile, all the MEs took like the full 3 to 4 hours in the afternoon. It was a really tough exam because a lot of us just hadn't been exposed to some of that, some of those questions or some of that equations and stuff. I remember looking up a lot in the back of the equations book just trying to find some similar terms to crunch the numbers. But yeah, I passed. That's all that matters. Are you specifically for Mark to start or whatever kind of sounds like the opportunity? So I'm trying to find something that is relatively close, so a pretty minor commute. I don't want to commute to the cities. The cities is an hour-long drive on a very big freeway, and being in a northern state, wintertime, that's atrocious. It's not fun. So I'm trying to find something that's close. If it has to be on site, the one I'm interviewing for right now is a hybrid role, and it's basically a 10-minute drive across town. So it's within our city limits, and it seems interesting enough, and I think I will enjoy it if I can get in. Have you ever done a net CCP test? I don't know what that is, so no. Preferably remote. We'll go for either. Yeah, it's tough. I'm finding to try and become a remote like that because you need to know their manufacturing capabilities. It's not just design a product, although in a lot of cases it very well could be or should be long term. But it's an 8-module, 2-hour QC test pain in the ass. Yeah, when on-the-job training and IQ tests are banned, you have to find other ways to verify that you're going to be smart enough for the role. I keep telling them just gotta wait for 5 years and then go ask for remote like the last job. Well, and maybe this job could very well do something like that long term if I get good enough at it. I don't know. I don't even know really what the day-to-day is going to look like. Unfortunately, with job descriptions and your expected responsibilities, it's all written by AI too, so it's just a bunch of gobbledygook that doesn't actually mean anything. It's part of my frustration too. It's like, this sounds close to what I do, but we found out on the RuneScape side when the devs tried to describe what a new minigame skilling boss looks like, everything kind of just boils down to, so it's like Wintertod but fishing. Well, sort of. It's like Wintertod but runecrafting. Well, sort of. Even though after playing it, you can see that there is actually some pretty big distinctions in how those minigames function. But you generate resources, you throw them at the boss. You fail one module and still get a normal passing grade. You fail the whole test. Oh. Just show them this and the Ellie grind you did, and surely you'll get hired on dedication alone. We'll see. Zolcano, type 1. Yep. No, and you know, the other part of my problem with trying to find something that's even a relatively close commute is that I've been remote doing engineering work for 8 years now. And more than 5 years ago, we downsized the vehicle just because we don't need to fully insure and maintain the second vehicle, so we got rid of it. So that's going to be one hurdle that we need to potentially overcome at some point is get another vehicle. Or, you know, maybe if there's so few rides, maybe we can Uber one way or something like that. I don't know. Right, he took some time to work on his people skills. Actually, unironically, yes. And it's to keep in routine that as well, to keep the sleep schedule. Since stopping streaming last week, I've been sleeping in a little bit later every day now, and I need to need to bring it back and get it back to a nice. It's all how you spend it. Exactly. I've been working on my verbal communication skills. It's actually something I've been working on for a long time. One day I'll be able to CAD pretty enough to sub myself out of other companies. Yeah, and that's another consideration is the doing some sort of contract work. I don't know. I guess I lack self what's the word? Confidence? Self-confidence. I guess I lack self-confidence. You told me to wake you up by 9 except on weekends. Oh, is that still in effect? I guess I haven't been doing too bad then if I'm getting up before then. This keeps showing you shift from irregular to normal. I'm not ready for that yet though. I need the structure. As much as I love or would love to be able to just stay up late and let my sleep schedule do what it must, I need that structure back. There are gig websites for contract man? Yeah. One of the recruiters I talked to, that's kind of what they do is they essentially sublet out their engineers for companies. I mean, because it makes sense. Like if you've only got one engineering problem that you need to solve for your factory or for your company, it doesn't really pay to have a full-time engineer for that if you can just subcontract out the work to some engineering firm. They'll do all the hard stuff for you and tell you how to work with it. That was actually a lot of the other groups of senior designs at college. That's what they were essentially doing. They were giving intern level engineering work to some local companies. I got to do a lot more fun thing though. I got to do a Air Force competition project for my senior design. That was a lot of fun. I'd rather prefer waking up around 2 a.m. though, so I might go back to that. Yeah, it's gotta be like your eating habits, right? They're just habits. It's whatever you get used to. I've always been a night owl, though. I much prefer the evenings. They're a lot quieter. A lot less distractions. At first with the company, they told me I'm going to build a railroad and survey a bulkhead for land expansion near water. I'm already bald. Why do you want to work here? Money. Okay, but you can't say money. Why do you want to work here? You can't say money. Money. I want money. I like evenings, but can't have fun if the job is 9 to 5. Yeah, that's true. That's why you do it on the weekends. The best money maker in RuneScape is a full-time job. Yeah, that's true. Even if you're making, what, 20 mil an hour, if it's, I don't know, let's say 20 cents a mil, it's only $4 an hour. That's not good. That's not good rates. Third shift would be cool, but I'd be dead. So, let's see, third shift, that would be... Well, if you're working 5 plus 9 hours, or 5 plus 8 hours, 7 to 1, 1 to, like, 8 or something? Hey, Paul, Polo? If it's 9 to 5, that's an 8 hour. 5 to 1, and then 1 to 9, I guess. So if it's Hasani God, I need to let us know. I did make a relatively short video a couple weeks ago. It starts with the assumption that you know some of the basics from regular Nightmare, and then I kind of go through some tips and tricks on how to do this boss and what to look out for and that stuff. The prayer flip thingy confuses the shit out of me. I didn't really go a whole lot into that because that's also a regular Nightmare mechanic. Basically, it's one to the left, so this is pray melee, that's pray range, that's pray mage. You'll get used to it. Third shift overnight is 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. If I didn't have other responsibilities due during the day, I think that would be my ideal. I really liked working essentially the afternoon and evening shift at the college when I was a janitor for like a year. For the same reasons why I like staying up late. It's quiet, there's nobody there, you can be left alone. That's a night shift I've done it. Sorry. I like that. The sunrise is when going home is ass. Well, just gotta live on the other side of the city, so you're driving the other way. That's our problem with going to the cities for work, is that it's to the east of us, so you drive into the sunset and then you come home at night and you're driving into the sunset, so you're always driving into the sun. One of the reasons I don't like and don't want to commute to the cities. I work in New York? No, Minnesota. How did the interview go? Just tune in. So the first interview yesterday, that was just essentially an interview with HR to say, hey, what are your salary expectations? Why do you want the job? Some of the very basic stuff. So I don't really count it as an interview per se. The real interview is tomorrow. I get to meet with the head engineer and see if we pass the vibe check. So I'll have more information on Thursday, hopefully. Sun's up around 9:15, 9:30 in winter. Well, for us, we have daylight savings time, so that's actually like 8:15 to us. Wish you luck, bro. Thanks. You still pass the dummy check? Yeah, I'm not an absolute cretin. No, that HR interview does serve a purpose because from a time wasted standpoint, it's better to waste the HR rep time than one of the head engineers' time. It probably costs the company 2 to 3 times more if you waste the engineer's time. We got better shit to do. So, I get it. We will see. And then if all goes well, then we'll get an in-person interview, get a tour of the factory. If we do end up getting an in-person interview, Chris, I'm probably gonna need to go do some clothes shopping. Get some nice office casual type shit. What's the best card I've pulled from the TCG? My T-bows. Plural. New socks. Oh, I got shoes, but I need new pants. Probably a couple new shirts. At least for the interviews. I'm sure that once we're in, and if I'm going to be needing to go out to the factory floor and do stuff, I have a tendency to not be afraid to get down and get dirty, so I need to wear clothes that can get dirty. Just bring a new anguish amulet. I can show you my TCG collection right after this. Well, those Costco shirts, I got you in our shirts. Yeah, they're okay. Yeah, like, they're fine. I definitely need some pants, though. My only regret is that we had to schedule it for pretty late in the day, which means I'm not gonna do anything else in the morning, because all I'll be thinking about is that stinking interview again. Better be caffeinated. That's true. Like I guess I did have the option to go at 9 or 8 o'clock in the morning, but that's too early. The caffeine's not up there yet. I would have rather gotten out of the way, but my interviews are never as important. Yeah. Like I said, if you don't mind getting a job and earning like 20, 30 grand a year, I could probably go and get any old engineering job. Go back to the entry mode. Entry mode. See, I did it again. On our walk, it's an entry mode. Entry level. Entry level jobs. Where is that TCG? Let's see. Obtained only. So, yeah. I've gotten a couple of T-bows. They're 3.5 mil. Actually, I guess this Druidic robe is worth more. I think that's probably the rarest then. No, these are 7 mil each. Never mind. Never mind. So yeah, the couple of T-bows I got is probably the rarest thing. Foil. Looks like I got a Whisperer. I gave my Neve to Slybear, I think. For TCG packs, oh my god, you even say that. What does the score at the bottom of the card mean? Basically, it's rarity, and then it gets extra points if it's a foil card as well. All right, hold on. 3 packs for the lady. Oh god. All right, well, let's turn it into a pack opening stream then. Ooh, gilded. So that is 1 for sniper. We got 4 more for sniper. One for flex. 1 for wifey again. And another for flex. There you go. Do some of the cards sell for in-game GP? No, because they're not tradable right now. TLDR, there was an exploit where if you went to a quest world, the quest speedrunning world, and then hopped back to this thing, all of your total XP would be instantly awarded back because it's like, oh, it's weird on profile or something like that. So you could generate like 50 million points instantly just by hopping back and forth. And so he restricted the the trade for that. And at some point, in order to unlock the trade, you're gonna have to like reset your collection and stuff. But that hasn't happened yet and won't until release date. Apparently that plugin hit 100,000 downloads recently though. Probably thanks to the faux Iron Man mode. So Carbon was real. Carbon Mode was real too. They had that quarterly survey that came out today. That was one of the questions. Would you like to see a trading card game locked Iron Man or something like that? Would trading for GP be against the terms of service? I'm not sure. For the reason I'm not sure is because trading RuneScape 3 GP for OSR's GP is just called swapping, and that's a known thing that's okay to do. And so it's, you know, within the RuneScape ecosystem that technically I think would still be in the OSR's ecosystem. RSGP is so easy to fucking make. That and, you know, dead man swapping, and so swapping between games has always been there. I get a 1 bill drop there and make like 100 mil GP here. Jeez. But RuneLite plugin isn't an official RS thing, so it's not in their own. Yeah, and then maybe, and then it makes me think, like, would it be classified as a player run game of chance then, and that's against the terms of service? I don't know. They haven't banned the plugin. They haven't really come out and said, no, you're not allowed to pay GP for it. They're aware of it, obviously, because they made a whole blog about it, so until they give us some guidance one way or another, I'm just gonna say I don't think it's a problem. They haven't said anything about it yet. If it was a problem, then of course they would need to restrict the trading card game to not be a trading card game. Not allow you to trade it between players or something. They have full control over any and all plugins on Relay. If they don't like it, they can tell them to get rid of it. Selling foil gnome child 10 bill. I would need pick that you have that. What do you say the odds of that was? Like 1 in 10 million or something? Oh wow, Callisto Cub. Very nice. I think the base card itself was 1 in a million. Or 1 in 10,000. Was it 1 in 10,000? 1 in 10,000 packs, so times 100. 100,000, 1 in a million. 1 in a million packs. That doesn't make sense because the foil is 1 in 100 flat. Just trying my best as a third aid. Druidic World Bottoms. I mean, if you look up as, you should be able to look at his chat history, right? Because I think he said it in here. Ooh, 3 new ones. ECG doesn't track the XP you get on mobile, right? Yeah, it would have no way of doing that. When you log on to RuneLite and you see that first like initial XP drop, the plugin is programmed to like wait 15 ticks or 15 seconds or something like that before it can start awarding points because of the quest world exploit that people were doing. So yeah, you would not be able to get mobile XP and transfer it here. No, they're not going to reset everyone's cards, but you will not be able to trade cards unless you reset. So that the new legitimate economy after the release is only done or only includes people that started from scratch like everybody else. No date yet, no. Oh, great. Just under 1 in 1 million packs of the. Okay, so then yeah, the gnome child is a base 1 in 10k, and then the foil is another 1 in 100 on top of that. Thank you for hunting that for me. Yeah. Chat logs, everybody. It's on the internet forever. Haha. Nah. I have no idea how I did that now. You got it. Raisins? The foodstuff formerly known as grapes. That's funny. I didn't. Where the hell are those in the game? Given to the player during the 2025 Easter event. They're one of the ingredients used to make the Easter buns. Ah, aka no longer obtainable. Got it. 2 more kills, and then I gotta go say goodnight to my kid. I will only be gone for like a minute or two, though. Whited leech. Free from Telegraph jail. Come on, it's not that bad, is it? Like 5.5 hours, it's not that bad. Man, us RuneScape people have a warped sense of time waste, time loss, that stuff. Yeah, you do one quarter of one minigame, 5.5 hours. It's not that bad. Most like story-driven games you could probably finish in that 5-hour mark. And then like a really good long game, something like, you know, Witcher, or even like a Stardew Valley, you could dump 100 hours into it and just be getting to the end of it, whereas that's a fast pet, or a fast 99 in this game. It's really wild. I could beat WL4. What is Ella? Wario Land. That's what I was gonna guess. Ah man, there's some game I was gonna download from Good Old Games and I forgot what it was. Then again, with not playing this as the main game and you know, doing a bunch of job searching stuff like that, when I'm not doing that, I do actually want to play this game a lot more with my active time. Since I spent the whole day doing like bone mining or something like that. Game's almost 25 years old. Is that for 3DS? Or probably not even 3DS, probably just a DS, isn't it? Game Boy Advance, alright. Even older than I thought. August 21st was Japanese release. Ah. I do 25 back-to-back runs just to celebrate, just to feel something. That's like 55 minutes with the go credits, so 24-hour speedrun. Do it 25 times for 25th anniversary. Now imagine another 25 years from now. 2 days straight. I think I want to say I think I might have played one of the Wario Land games. 55-year-old me will decide that later. That's a problem for my future self to figure out. Oh, I forgot to mention. So yesterday I finished making all of those secret arrows. So I've got like 62,000 dragon secret arrows ready to go now. Probably never use them all, but still. And then I've also got several thousand headless arrows left for any future dragon arrow tips that I get. I think I might end up dropping over some of the amethyst arrows because there's absolutely no reason for me to keep them, I think, at this point. It's a shame we don't have an ammo pouch for arrows like we do the bolts, because then at least I could store them in there for maybe eventually getting to use them one day. Although, I don't know how much they vendor for. Maybe I could sell them at the Rogue's Den. Hello, Bomb Blaster. 4134. Man, it's already been 105 KC since our last drop. We're so dry, man. We got 3 relatively short drops in about 100 to make up for the 3 times plus drop rate. And now we're back to being dry again. Can we get on the lucky side of this for a change, please? It sucks not seeing drops, man. Even if it is dupes. It's okay on 4247. We'll hit that tonight at least. It's a staff though, so don't worry. Unlucky. We're rapidly approaching that 4321 KC. Honestly, I think at this point we're less than 100 KC. I'll even commit to that. If we get it before then, we'll keep going until we hit 4321. Because then it's like a victory lap for last 100 KC. Woohoo! I get to kill the boss with the Inquisitor Mace. Although, the Inquisitor Mace is kind of getting a bit of a nerf with Inquisitor tomorrow. Inquisitor's getting a buff, so that'll be nice. It's getting a quite like +3 strength bonus and a few crush accuracy or something like that. so that it's equivalent to old plate as far as accuracy and strength goes. But it also has that additional 2.5% on top of that. Wait to rewards so you can get the front page quicker? No. I want to be done with this boss before Raids 4 comes out. I don't want to have to come back to this later. Just like I said the same thing with Mega King. What I said was true. I didn't really want to come back to this boss after Mega King. Then again, the kisten has been pretty fun here. And we got a new PB from it, so worth it. I had a few people in the clan ask today. So are they buffing the Pisani drop rates again? It's like, no, they never said they were going to do that. They just said, hey, what do you guys think about, moving the orbs off eventually? And that was always a proposal. It wasn't even like a commitment yet. So yeah, no, all we're getting is all, quote unquote, Sorborax buff, Inquisitor change, Inquisitor Mace change, and the Sail Door and Rapier are also getting slight buffs tomorrow. I don't have any immediate plans to use the Sorborax, but it is getting quite a bit better. I might even have to send a couple kills here with it just for fun. Wonder what they'll do with raids in general and rewards tomorrow? I don't know if they came to like a fixed commitment to what they're going to do with the CMs. Last I saw, that stuff was still like up in the air for discussion. They hadn't actually come to a conclusion yet. I'm expecting a new idea proposal update. Oh, you're talking like the raids 4 rewards? Yeah. I think 5 is too few. I think they should make an armor set. And I think it should be the elemental weakness armor set. Oh, you bastard. Oops. They need to do something quick. They're running out of runway to get those things figured out. We haven't even voted on them yes or no yet, by the way. But rewards are relatively easy to implement. We'll see. That's what I'm expecting. But it would be a good time to have another update before next week when we get Worms Crag. I don't think we're getting armor in general, but there's only 5 raid rewards. Every other raid has had an armor set. The armor set made sense. It just the hybrid is what I don't think fit for a raid setting. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go say goodnight to my kid. Probably just better Pharaoh Gloves, but I wouldn't mind seeing it for once. See, that's where it's tough, because Pharaoh Gloves are effectively locked behind DS2 and 95 Slayer already. The thing with the necklace upgrades versus Occult is that Occult is just a Slayer drop from a level 93 Slayer monster. The other two are Zenite Jewelry, which have a high crafting requirement to make in the first place. Got Confliction Gauntlets, all the same. Also pieces of Zenite Jewelry. So yeah, at this point we've replaced all three of them. I don't know how you could replace this Ring of Suffering. Oh yeah, here's a even more tanky defensive ring. I don't think anybody's gonna really wanna want a defensive ring. Yet then again, they're coming out with a defensive shield, so use it with the steel ring. I was very fortunate that I think it took me 3 KC to get that steel ring. Deranged Archaeologist didn't have the same glow up as the Crazy Archaeologist. He still has a really long respawn timer. Which you would think, excuse me, you would think when they did the Crazy Archaeologist, they would have also done the Deranged Archaeologist at the same time. But I guess that just kind of, they forgot about it. And then, you know, when they went back and added the steel ring to it, again, you'd think that, maybe we should update his respawn timer. I still need it after MTA points. Yeah, the ring is good for Perilous Moons, because defense actually matters there. Whenever they can land a hit on you or pass a certain amount of defense checks, they start applying these invisible stacking debuffs to you and themselves, so that you actually want to have good defense. Do you know much about the new crafting minigame? What rates it'd be? The rates they never talk about or release until after the fact. They have like a general idea, but ultimately they're planning to balance them behind the scenes as needed, so it fits in a decent niche. I think in general they said it's going to be better XP than glass blowing is, but it's also going to be more active. Like you have to go around and chisel the different sides of the statue, and then you have to have the hides to dress it. And based on its description, it kind of sounds like the blood sap trees, where you're like, or you know, running around the statue chisel, and it's going to be very active. They said. Surely a video soon. No, yeah. We can land a job, get stable again. Alright, MTA gets me to Super Glass Make level, yeah. Super Glass Make's still gonna be king for me. Why? Because I don't have the hides, and I do not want to do more Hunter to get hides to facilitate this new crafting XP thing. Now, if all the hides did was give you a marginal amount of crafting XP and like increased the reward points or whatever from it, then I'd be like, okay, sure, fine, whatever. But if they're balanced around needing hides to get a good XP rate, then for me it's just a flat no. I'm not going to be using it at all. And unfortunately, if the CAs for Mega King will also come out next week, like some people have been rumoring, I probably won't get around to doing those skilling things for a while, because I'll be focused on Maggot King and the new boss. I kept almost nothing as well, just whatever the pouch held. Well, and that's where, when I was doing the dashing kebbits, I banked all that meat, which means I also, at one point, banked all of that dashing kebbit hide. And they were relatively high level. I think they're better than whatever the goat's going to give you. But this was 2 years ago, and I looked at it and said, yeah, no, hunter hides are completely useless, and it's just a waste of bank space, so I got rid of it. Because who could have predicted they would ham-fist a use for those hides? You jerk, I was just... I need to add an extra tick or two delay to that. Oh, I'm out of prayer, and I'm dead. Ah, this boss sucks. I didn't trash it solely, so I didn't forget to make mixed tide. Waiters win again. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's making you want to be even more of a hoarder and just absolutely keep everything, no matter what. And until your bank space is full, you do not drop anything, because it might be useful. You're saying dashing kebbit fur would be useful in a new crafting minigame? Yep. Unfortunately. So in that crafting minigame, you're gonna carve the golem, and then you decorate the golem, you clothe the golem, and you use hunter furs to do that. Why? Because they made a new hunter activity, catching goats, telegrabbing goats into a big giant pit. And, well, they're going to give hide. Might as well give some use to the hide, right? Oh, we're making a new crafting minigame, so there you go. So if you have those hides, keep them. Do not get rid of them. Also, when are we getting the Varlamar achievement diary? It's been like 3 years now. At least a year since it's been completed, since we got Doom, you know? So, like, where is it? Yeah, good one. What will it even give? Well, I do have one idea for it already. And it's sort of playing off of the same thing that the Fremi Diary gave, and that is the number of meats that you need to charge the whistle, you'll get a 20% reduction per level. So another instance of waiters win again, unfortunately. So instead of 10,000 charges worth, you only need 8,000 and down to 2,000 total if you have the full Elite Diary done. No, I mean diary item, we have all the slots. Not only do we have all the slots, we actually have 2 weapons. So at that point, I would figure some sort of... sorry, we have 2 weapons and technically 2 offhands if you include the combat achievement, so... It's okay if we have dupes. Okay. That was an 80. And if you include the actual Chimichari cape itself, you have 2 capes as well. Bow or staff? That'd be a good idea. Yeah, it's got plenty of like other two-handed weapons you could do too. Hi, what's up?
If I just came and licked
Uh,
it.
people would think that I married a weird woman. I don't know.
You don't already?
I hope not. I don't think so. Can't wait for a Varlamore themed Max cape. I wouldn't be surprised to see a daily rumor reroll. Yeah, or maybe like a... I'm not sure. Something hunter related. Increased chance of finding moon key halves, though. I think that'd be a good addition to that. Just, you know, something like a 10% increase, something like a clue scroll thing for the combat achievements. I am out of prayer again. Gotta quit doing that. A 10% chance to not use a log on hunter trapping. Oh, I got a better idea. You don't need a fucking log to do hunter traps. The spikes just stay there once they're built. You know, like the crab hunting. Isn't that great? You don't have to rebuild the trap every fucking time. Moonhelm Elite Diary Rack. I could see them opening up the chest as a diary rack just once. I'd very much doubt that they would require the helm. Oh, yes. Did you remember to order your thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it'd be funny, yeah, for all of 5 seconds, and then Reddit would explode for no reason. That's one of those inside voice thoughts that just will never actually make it to paper. Oh, wouldn't it be funny if we had the Moonhelm? Yeah. No. Doomdale 4 Diary Wreck? I could see something like that, yeah. That's too bad. Call it clear and elite? No, because Inferno isn't a wreck for Karamja Diary. It would be like wave 4 or wave 7 or something like that. Doom more likely, but it'd be funny. Well, and that's why I said like it's something minor like a wave 4. You killed a Manticore. Grats. It is just elite diary after all. It's not like it's a master or a grandmaster level. Catch Midnight Animal, probably elite. That would make sense. Skilling wrecks are usually in the 80s and 90s. Which my wife reminded me I need to do that one thing, so give me 1 second here. I need to order some more shipping supplies. Actually, what I should do is just go to my order history. I think it was this. No, I don't want the tracking. I want to order more. Add to cart. There we go. I mean, like 2 of them. Cool. Alright, let's take care of Catch, Moonlight, Antelope, probably elite one of those two. I guess you could do both, but similar to Mori kill moons in full moons, yeah, but unlike Mori, it wouldn't be that big of a deal. It's pretty easy to get one full set, so I could very well see that, yeah. Open the moon chest wearing a full set of moon. Gotta be a little careful with um stuff that might overlap with the combat achievements directly, though. So, like, you want to say kill Moxie with the dual Mox or something like that, because that is a direct combat achievement. Although now that I think about it, I don't know. No, okay. I was wondering if like the kill the major in the fight caves is one of those, because it is a hard diary wreck, I think. 5 minutes flat. Well, that's quite a name.
Oh god, we're all gonna die?
Lampy, hi, how's it going? Thanks for the raid, sir. How was the stream? What were you up to? I see one of the Jack cohorts. Welcome in, guys. Did some TOA Jack and some corporate bit. You got Jack to go back to corp? How'd you manage that? Or just the TOA? I assume just the TOA. I did some corporate before TOA Jack, Dexter. Yeah, that's what I figured. One of those categories of bingo where any bosses that you just absolutely do not want to do? Yeah, corp. And they investigate a little bit further. Yeah, I can't blame you. 4 Team Purple side. Anything good? We had a shadow in our clan yesterday. I find Cart fairly chill though. Almost straight front. I can see. Yeah, it's fairly chill now. I'm sure Jack can tell you all about that. The good old 4 kph. Woo!
I don't mean to alarm anybody, but I think we're being followed.
Follower goal 390 just met. Let's go. 2 rings, a fang, and a chaps. Ring was new for one of the homies. That's good. I'm still stuck at this boss. Just spare the early carp. I don't know if you did the early corp, the whole POH Nightmare Zone resetting thing. I fortunately had all the POH resetting before I started. It was still only 4 to 5 kills per hour though. I do that 320 but with already adding games. Cause yeah, that alone speeds it up another kill per hour. So that's probably like 5. You were just a bit after Nightmare Zone meta. Okay, well that's good at least. So then we had Warhammer Arclight. It wasn't just full send BGS, I think is what they did. That's a did close to 2,000 pre-Iron Cave though. Oh, yeah. Don't have Masari yet, so not to deal with the other methods. You know, don't count Armadillo out. If you're doing full spec down, Masari isn't that much better over Armadillo, mage defense-wise. You do get a little bit of the melee negatives with it, but it's at 0 defense, so that really doesn't matter. I did all my corp with Armadillo that way. Oops. The old food kills with Arma. See, I never did any of that. I stuck to the 320 200s. So you guys all excited about tomorrow? I guess technically it'd be later today for some of you EU folks at this point. Inquisitor's getting a buff. I can't wait. Soul Reaper's getting fixed. It's gonna finally be the axe I knew it could be when it came out. I've been banging the gong on, you know, making it this way since the beginning. Just remove the stupid health steal mechanic. That's all you had to do. From the beginning. And then they're also giving it like a +4 strength bonus, so it's going to get a bare minimum of 1 max hit as well, and the stacks don't diminish for every 30 seconds, I think it is, or something like that. Shame they nerfed Din's magic defense, though. It was a good flick option. See, it was funny, because around that time, I think Soul Wars came out as well, and there were so many people that went into Soul Wars with full Justy Dins, prayed mage the whole time, and it's like, okay, I'll just trident you and do 40% less damage with 100% mage accuracy. That's fine. You think you're protected with your prey mage. Oh, you're not dead yet. There we go. It's kind of one of those silly, like, really? Does that really matter that much? That you need to make that change, like, the T-Bow's 4 prayer bonus. Is it really necessary? But yeah, so Inquisitor's getting a couple strength and some crush accuracy tomorrow. The pieces are going to be... They're breaking up the set bonus, so each piece has a certain amount. I think it's 1% per piece and then a 0.5% for the helm. So Scythe should be better tomorrow. I don't know if on paper, after the Mace changes, if that's getting a slight nerf with Inquisitor, or if it's staying about the same. They are making it break out, and it's going to be the best of the Trinity, even just on its own. It's going to have more accuracy and more strength than the other two. That's okay, it's so much harder to get. We're going free-for-all on Swords on the release. Everyone went for me, no clue why. That was some of, like, the most fun PvP content I had, and it very much reminded me of the old Battlegrounds from World of Warcraft days. It was a lot of fun. Team versus team fights and just barraging a stack of people is real fun. Also reminded me a lot of the old Castle Wars days. I saw in this survey today that about half of it was related to PvP. And it was just like, you know, if you don't participate in PvP, well, you know, what would make you participate? Well, one, Iron Men have no incentive to participate in PvP, so anything that's a risk-reward sort of situation is just entirely a lose-lose situation for us. And then the PvP minigames where you're not risking your items, but you can bring your full set and stomp on noobs, like that's a lot of fun. I hope they embrace that attitude more. I'm gonna get hit by a few. Oh, one. What else is in that survey? Oh, yeah. Am I 18? Yes, I'm 37. I'm not old. I'm 37. 37's not old. Well, I can't just call you man. You call me Dennis. I didn't know you were called Dennis. You never bother asking, did you? Great film, yeah. I'm not actually 37 yet. I got a month yet. Sure, Wow, when you start seeing the mouse doing like little shakes like this, just trying to do. Maybe at that point we give this game a quit, calling it quits at this game. I didn't get any elite clues from this today yet. Very disappointing. Yeah, I think about it. I was bone mining all day too, and I didn't get any clues from that either. They break clues. What else are they fixing tomorrow? I think Gauntlet was on the horizon. Oh, you waiters win again for that content. This is nerf and change like number 10 for that piece of content. What more do you want from it? That's gonna be the Twitter birthday post this year, though. I've already I need to find like a short gif of that though. Oops, why did I do that? Time for bedtime for me. Beer back. What the? Oh, you're good. Okay. Yeah, I gotcha. as I said earlier, I have committed that we are gonna go to, not today, but 4, 3, 2, 1 KC, even if we get the mace early. And done that really nice number. We have scouts in the chat, perhaps? Why do I do that? The types of names that get by the name filter. Mr. Hugh, very, very clever. Welcome back. Well, then because we hit 42, 42, 242, that means we've done 4,000 post drop rate changes. Yeah, and no maze. Pyramid? Yeah, exactly. We're getting close to that 2,000 KC without seeing anything new as well. Last thing we saw was, or last new thing we saw was the volatile. And I had hope because it was so early. It's like, oh, we have a chance to finish before 3,000. Well, about that. You should finish this boss before 3,000. That's the average. But we keep going. So what's the over-under on how much shit they're gonna break tomorrow? Oh, it's just behind the scenes tweaks to number fixes, that's all. We're not changing anything major. Keep in mind, tomorrow is also probably the pre-patch for next week, Worms Crag, so I would not be surprised. Remember, I saw a bank of questions in that survey about, I trust the Jagex mods, I trust the Jagex developer. It's like, not lately. The record's kind of been tarnished again. When Ultimate Armor's gonna have a rough day, oh, I imagine a few Pures too. Oh, I'm still laughing my ass off about the kisten changes. If only you could, if only that community would just be okay with having locked accounts like that. Then you guys could prevent that, and then there wouldn't be a problem. No, because then you'd be able to use weapon styles that you shouldn't be using. Yours deserve it. Yeah, we're sitting pretty good in the Seeking Dragon arrows now. Got 62,000 made and basically 5,000 headless in reserve ready to go. Probably enough for my entire arrow future. I think the only boss that I've got left that even uses the T-bow now is Doom. I imagine it's gonna just absolutely shred him, so... Because originally I was thinking I'd use Missouri, because I don't usually go too deep in the waves. And that's where you'd want to use Void, because you're in car phase more often. But I think with those Secret Arrows giving all that extra accuracy, it's probably best to use Void in either situation now. Future me problem. Still think the kisten needs a nice pop sound or something at the end. The whip is cool, but there's no, like... The final slam that they have on there is very, very quiet and subtle. It should be as, you know, loud and... not flamboyant is probably the wrong word, but... explosive, I guess, as the Voidwicker's Thunder Crashes.
I don't mean to alarm anybody, but I think we're being followed.
Hey, Mr. CMS. I can't read do this on. CS Armicus. Armicus? Thanks for the follow and the prime. Thank you very much, sir. Let's go! What was my highest dry streak at Fasani's? Calculated the other day. It was... let's see. Let's look back to the KCs. So it's a little bit hard to tell because one of the ones that is a dry streak is through the changes. So I got my first Ember Staff at 69. I didn't get my second piece of anything until 519. But when I was 242 KC, that's when they switched the drop rate changes. So that was 277 after the drop rate changes plus 173 before the drop rate changes. So that was probably 3+ times rate. And then there was another one, looks like here. 357 post drop rate changes, so well over 3 times rate between that. Was there any other ones that were... There was another 333. So post drop rate changes, I think the answer is 357 KC between seeing anything. The last time I saw anything unique was the volatile orbit 2154, so we are 2000, almost 2100 since seeing anything new. Do someone who went 500 dry? Is that before or after the drop rate changes? Because that's about 4 times rate ish happens. Now, on average, I think we're still on the lucky side as far as number of drops we see. So if we look at that, subtract out one of the staff because it was done before, and then we'll take out 242 of the KC. So that's 4005 KC. We've had 17, 24, 31, 40 drops. So we're about one drop every 100 KC on average, and I think the drop rate's 1 in 111. So we're still on the lucky side for seeing things, but sometimes you do have some long dry streaks. I'm on 2.6k on the Ironman, only miss an orb. I've, as I said, it was 2200 with just the Mace left, and that's where I've been for 2000 KC. I hope you do not see a similar dry streak. Which orb? Is it like a volatile where you don't really care, you're just going for the fun of it, or you're looking for a harm? The harm, of course. Of course. No reason to be here. Well, in your situation, it might even be better just to wait if you don't need it, because they've they haven't committed to it, but they have made talks about potentially removing the other two orbs from the drop table, making the harm essentially 3 times more common. They've kind of gone radio silent on that though, so no promises, of course. It's just something that they threw out there when they're talking about the summer sweep bet. I heard about that rumor. Well, it's not a rumor. It was on their summer sweep out. They just were throwing the idea out there. They didn't actually, like, commit to doing a thing yet. Because the ultimate question is, okay, cool, you remove the 2 orbs from the table. Where do you move them? Like, what are the bosses now also going to inherit one of these 2 new orbs? It's confirmed. Well, no, it's not. It was just on a blog. They were talking about making the harm more common. So I had someone in the clan, because, you know, they're making changes to Inquisitor today. Or later today for you guys, I guess. But he's like, oh, so they're going to be tweaking the orb drop rates and fixing Fasani and that stuff right now. It's like, no, that was not committed to yet. That's just something they were tossing around, floating out there as an idea. Looks like they're getting wiped again. Suspecting G-Man was in the chat because we got Bruise. Unlucky. Friendly fire! Worth. Ow. That's a pretty fast kill. 4250. Ooh, ooh, ooh. That was a lot of new stuff. Still at 73% though. You start seeing some of those godly things. Unfortunately, the gnome child is like a 1 in 10,000 packs or something silly rare like that. Oh, oh, oh. Are we getting the lucky penny thing changed tomorrow too? It's surely that's part of the combat update, right? Plus 1 bank space. Oh, and then I can start bringing a blessing here instead. Get a nice +2 bonus for where I usually brought that. +1 inventory when I go back to Zilly as well. I think tomorrow's going to be a good day. Ooh, 38 wand. Cult armor kit, let's go. It missed! The kisten missed! What the? Just kinda gotta get up. My wife is trapped under a cat. Needs help with something. So I gotta go out very quick. Any of you guys have that house rule? You have a pet sitting on you and you're stuck. You can't move. You can't disturb the pet. Works well until you have multiple, and then both of you are trapped by a cat or trapped by a dog. And then nothing gets done. Ah, hate the prayer swamp. 5 minutes flat again. Nice. Alright, I'll be right back in a couple minutes. I gotta see what the wife's up to. Tried to rose a blowpipe for like 10 kc and I cannot. You need to pre-move a lot, but yeah, the reason I liked the blowpipe and now the stakes is that it's 2-tick. So sometimes you get the husks or you misclick and you're out of position or whatever. Being 2-tick gives you a higher chance of catching up and having less sleepwalker shit. The one tile extra range is kind of weird too. How would I test that? It seems like in some situations the travel time of the knife is 1 tick slower as well. I think I let one in every KC with the rosewood. Yeah, because you gotta stand as central as you can. And watch where I stand on this next kill, because that's where I also stood with the rosewood. And unless on the first one it spawns on the right or left of you, you will shoot it immediately. The other two you have to run a little bit even with the darts here. I just don't want to learn, I don't know. I stand in middle, click sleepwalkers with Weber, it's very chill. It's fair enough. As with most things in this game, whatever works for you. Are you causing mischief? Huh? My desk slippery. Scoop. 25,000 revs made me not worry too much about Ether. See, I was in the same boat. But see, there's this thing where you could overcharge your rev weapons, and as soon as you pulled it out, when it was overcharged and shot once, minus 1,000 rev ether for it. Every time I banked it. I would very much like a refund at Jagex for all the times that that happened to me. So if you look at last week's news post, they said something about fixing the configure charges in the bank thing. You're welcome. Because I'm the one who fucking found that. Minor Allison bracelets. Another win for lazy folks. Yeah, so that has legitimately been in the game since they added configure charges, and the dev that made it said, oh yeah, it's 17,000 charges, you got 1 plus 16,000, and so you can actually overload it to 18,000 charges, and then as soon as you fire it, it goes down to 17, and so you lose 1,000. Yeah, no, Bomb Blaster, still nothing new. Yeah, so I'm down to like 100,000 ether at this point. So I'll use it at places like Mega King for dealing with grubs. Like I'm not that conservative. At least with ether, going back to revs, you can just do it off task, and you don't even have to be skulled. You're just looking for bracelet drops for ether. 2% loss. Why are you doing this to me, game? Oh, yeah, we get fiber on Thursday. We are done with this cable bullshit. Totoro? What the hell? What? You hear something? A spider. He was like, I don't know, chirping, mewing, or something. What do you want to call it? I heard him do it a few times. I'm like, are you okay? But he's behind my desk and I can't see him. The fucking spider. Just eat it or kill it. Especially with the fact that you can chisel the emblems out. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I would do with that. I had to check on the cat. Must make sure they're okay. What game size do I plan? It's not. I actually don't know. So the monitor is 1080, and I have it full screen with the RuneLight feature plugged in. So whatever aspect ratio this is, I have no idea. It's not 16 by 9. I know that for sure because I have to crop out the top half of the game, and you can see I crop out the bottom half a little bit. So it's more square than it is rectangular, unfortunately, for those purposes. It's crazy how useful the red weapons are becoming are outside the wildy. Yeah. Same thing with the Void Waker. You remember that only useful in PvP spec weapon? Yeah. Well, and you know the cross isn't useful as like a DPS weapon per se. Webweaver for its spec, sure. But the fact that the cross has a really long range, it's 3 tick, doesn't require ammo, or it doesn't require you to equip a certain, specific type of ammo. It just makes it useful. And then the other reason that the mace is useful is Huey, because the damage is capped on his tail, pretty much. And the Accursed Scepter, because we have, like, no alternative for mage weapon. Aside from Ayak, I guess, now. So, they're useful as spec weapons outside the wieldy. Oh yeah, also I gotta know, Blexy, so what have you been watching and doing during the workday now? I was considering maybe doing like a morning stream again, and then spend the afternoons doing the job search, because unfortunately at this stage, I it just, you know, in a week, I pretty much exhausted everything that's relatively close to me, like I'm looking for, in the field that I'm looking for, so if this set of job interviews doesn't pan out, then I'm kind of back to the search, and me spending 4+ hours a day is already like way too much for what's currently out there in my local area, so typing during PNM is hard. Why no stretch mode? Because I don't like the fixed client. I've been using this since 2018. That's what I got used to. I came from playing WoW, and on WoW you're used to having your camera zoomed out this far so you'd have more situational awareness for a raid setting. And you know that your character's in the middle of the screen, so you don't really need to see it. And oftentimes you stack with your whole bunch of raid anyways, so you don't see your character anyways. And so coming over here, because I used to play on fixed way back in 2007 or whatever, I decided to kind of adopt a similar mindset. And then very quickly I realized that the mini-map being up in the corner was a problem, so I moved it down to above my inventory. So mouse travel for that is pretty similar to what fixed is. It just doesn't look like it, but it's not scaled up. You don't need fixed climb for stretch mode? I know. I like the resolution I play at. Oh my god, I finally caught a stream! Hi, Matthew. Yeah, no, my stream's kind of been all over the place. For about 2 months, I was mostly during the workday, if you're America, the workday. And then this last week, I went back to my nightly schedule. Recent guides were peak. They came in exactly when I need them. You're a legend. Thank you. No promises, but I probably should make a gauntlet one, shouldn't I? I don't want to do post-completion gauntlet, though. That's gonna ruin my KC. It's at a nice round number right now. Boop, boop, doop. Oh, please stop doing that, cat. Oh my god. I am not your climbing post. Your mom also didn't trim your claws today, I see. Are you gonna sit back there? Totoro. Yes, I'm leaning forward in my chair, so there's a little pocket behind me. Oh, you little shit. See, they may not be able to read a clock, but they know what time it is. He knows it's that 10 o'clock time usually when I go to bed, and ooh, it's playtime. It's playtime now. Moo, playtime. Ah, shit. Where we at? Okay, we'll do this one and probably 6 more. Ended a nice. Where we at? 2460. Oh, you're both in here now. I see. I know, I got rid of all the junk. It's a lot easier to get up here now, isn't it? Why do you heal so much? Don't you start picking at that cat. Hey. Stop. Hey, stop. And now he went to go bug mom. Uh, 6K between us and no Mace. That's gonna game. Yeah, that's called selection bias, but yeah, it sucks. Steak yoinked it. Yeah, I know. I saw Kenny do that. That was a moment I checked out a bingo for my team. In all honesty. Or rather, I knew at that point that I was going to be leaving early on Sunday rather than waiting till after the bingo ended. Because there was not a chance in hell we were going to come back from that. Still, I did get to spend like a full day at Vasani like I wanted to, so. I'm gonna see a Mace tonight. I'm willing it into existence. Grats on standby. Very nice. You got 6 KC to put out though. That would be the highlight of my week, I think. Highlight of my fucking year, probably. It's been an interesting one, that's for sure. Time for me. Page for Mace 2. Thank you, sir. We'll get it someday. You paved the way for me getting done with Corp early. Maybe I'm paving the way for you to finish PNM early. Who knows? Call it a fair trade. Wait, we done with Corp? That's not... Yeah, I was done with Corp in 2021 already. $62, $64 KC it took me. Not nearly as bad as Jack. I think he was like 12 or 13k to get his Ellie, but got the pet at like 2500 and got a second one the day after. Took me forever to get my second unique sigil. I think I ended up with 4 spectrals before I saw something else. And at the time in the clan, it kind of became a meme. You know how they have forehead as a meme? Well, they made an emote just for me for 4 shield and 4 spectrals. I don't know. It was the first grind after maxing and getting my Inferno Cape, so kind of got a wild hair and decided, hey, I'm gonna go get an Ellie from Corp and finish Corp. And then it took me like a year and a half to rack up that KC. I was doing about 100 KC a week. I took a break at 5,000 around the holidays, and I started up the year after, 2021. And when I finished Corp, then I had 2 options. It was Tob, which wasn't really looking forward to doing more Tob at the time, or PNM. And so I tried doing PNM for like a month. And then right around that time, New World came out, so I ended up taking a 6-month break from the game because pre-nerf Fasani was just not fun, especially with the gear that we had back then. Good old bludgeon and a trident. Woo! And no thralls. Or death charge. Yep, the damn Mace, brother. I'm trying. Honest, I don't want to be here anymore. back in RS3, so I'm AFKing Frost Dragons. That's good. I have a feeling that at some point I'll have to make a return to that too, because guarantee you we're not done with boat upgrades at this point. Level 70 cruise super soon. Yeah, I think combat's finally in a good spot where I think now would be the time to maybe talk about that or open up that conversation. Assuming that they keep the stupid ship-to-ship combat crap benched right now, because that is just not it. You got one more chance to wow us in the Red Reef follow-up, and that's gonna be it for me. Hi, troublemaker. Yeah, you wear yourself out. Don't get me wrong, I like the kitten stage, but man, I can't wait for them to chill out a little bit. What are you getting into? Any changes tomorrow, good or bad for max setups? You've done the calcs. So, if you're not using Mace, it's objectively an improvement because I think the helmet is getting a couple of strength bonus, and all the pieces are getting some accuracy bonus. So it's going to be equivalent to Oath Plate, but for Crush, you little shit. And then Inquisitor's set bonus is being broken up so that there isn't a set bonus anymore. Instead of 0.5% per piece and then a bonus 1% for having the full set, it's just going to be 1% for chest, 1% for legs, and 0.5% for helm. So you get more bonus when you're on Slayer task with that than before, plus the... shit. Okay, can you stop attacking my feet, please? So you get a couple of strength bonus, a bunch of accuracy. So anything that's not Inquisitor Mace, you're getting a straight upgrade. Where I don't know is on the Mace side, because the Mace, instead of getting a 0.5% per piece, it would get 2.5% per piece. So it got a full 5% more damage from having full Inquisitor on than any other weapon. It was like made for it. That said, the Inquisitor Mace is getting another 7 strength bonus plus some other crush accuracies, I think. And it's actually getting more of a buff. It's going to be stronger than the other two of that tier. And I don't know if those changes are enough to offset the ink losing the extra 5% for an Inquisitor Mace. Stop. You're making this take longer. Surely they wouldn't make it worse than it is currently. Surely. Now again, Inquisitor is getting objectively better with everything else besides Mace, which means it is even more overpowered with the new Crush Base Mega Rare, and it's going to be even more powered with my Scythe and the Kisten. I don't know if I'll get... I'll have to check on the dummy tomorrow to see if I get a max hit with either. It's gonna be good. I can't wait. I'm also excited for all you Soul Reaper Axe users out there, because you're gonna have a good time. You're gonna have the Soul Reaper Axe I wish we had the entire time. I said on release that, you know, I like the idea of a ramping up weapon, but the fact that it steals 40 health from you at the start is just, it's dumb. Borrows that much HP from you, and then it loses stacks really quickly, so that's getting a +4 strength bonus. It's getting the stacks diminish every 30 seconds instead of every 12, I think, and it doesn't sap your life anymore, so it's just objectively better than it was. And then also Rapier and Sailor, I think, are also getting like +4 strength bonus as well. Give the one-handed weapons a little bit of love. The cats must be in full-on mischief mode, because I hear the wife cursing out there. Oh, come on, Scythe. Come on, Scythe. See, this isn't going to happen tomorrow, because we're going to have an extra, like, 10 accuracy. Surely. I'm also hoping that the the Mega King CAs come out tomorrow. I don't want them to come out next week, and it's going to be really weird if it comes out after a new boss comes out too. I think it'd be the first time that CAs came out after a new boss, or sorry, the CAs didn't come out for that boss before they released another one. Really weird. Unless they're planning to just batch them both together, because I don't predict the Maiden to be that complicated of a fight. It's supposed to be a early mid-game boss, so maybe they're just planning to batch them together and throw them on at the same time. Look how long Shelbing took. Well, that was more... They rushed the shit out of that boss. I mean, it didn't even have a jar. And a lot of the shit wasn't in the clog, and there's so many problems with it. Like, I'm not surprised. Nah, nothing can be worse than DT2 though. It took them what, 8 months to get those CAs out. That was bad, yeah, but I feel like I'm repeating myself because I'm pretty sure I said it last stream too. I think that was more them waiting to see statistically how many people at the player base were getting Blurva. And if a certain percentage threshold was met, then they'd be like, yep, it's going to be a GM task. Oh yeah, it looks like 1 to 5% people got Blurva. Well, GM's only like a 0.1% thing anyway, so... Go get your orbs, Iron Memes. Haha. 4 more, and then we're gonna call it a night. And then now that Inquisitor stat-wise is equivalent to Oath Plate, I'd very much like a dismantle Justy pieces to bring the defense in line with Oath Plate as well. The defensive rec would obviously need to go up with it too, and then Oath Plate is really best in slot against Slash and has some pretty good defense for the rest of it. Same idea, move around the stats and make it just like best in slot for Crush defense or something like that. What the hell did I just click on? And then Torva is still like best overall defense, except for in specific styles where again Oath Plate and Inquisitor would be, and then it has the generic strength bonus that's good for all styles. Kind of like Ancestral here is good for anything powered staff related and standard spells, at least for now. And then if you want Ancients, then you go Virtus. And eventually our Elemental Spell armor set. Nice safer enjoyer. Did it already come there this year? No, it's usually like in the fall around the harvest season. I don't remember exactly when though. It's too many people for me. I used to go a couple times as a kid. I just don't enjoy the crowds. And it's also like in the middle of fucking Minneapolis too, so traffic around that area is an absolute nightmare. I don't know what the fuck they're thinking having it there every year. It's yeah. This year I think the theme is like everything is dill pickle flavored. Dill pickle this, dill pickle that. I think Minnesota's is one of the bigger ones in the country. Yeah, mine's later than ours doesn't make sense. Well, I mean, so you looked mine up. When is mine? Because I actually don't know offhand. August 27th through Labor Day. Yeah. Yeah, so August is usually our hottest month. Yours is the week before. I don't know if they coordinate that with the Renaissance Festival, because the Renaissance Festival starts like the week after, I think. When did they open up? Oh no, they're open that first weekend. They're open same weekend as State Fair. That might be a good time to do that then. It's all going to be dependent on when her friend is coming in town. I think that's in September though, unfortunately. Never mind. Oops, I didn't mean to right click. Fat finger. So right before I end tonight, I'm going to go and check our max fits with the current setup. And just to see post-update what they're going to be. How was my camping? As you mentioned before, hotter than hell. Or as you said, hot as fuck. Basically stayed inside the camper the whole day because it was high 90s and, uh, you know, sunny. So, aside from the camping, because it was so hot, couldn't even have a campfire because it was so hot, and I don't know if it made your news, but there's a lot of fires up in the Boundary Waters, basically northern Minnesota, right on the border of Canada. There's a lot of natural forests and state forests and that sort of stuff there, so a lot of forest fires. Anyway, so while we were up there, we went to an underground mine. You can Google it. It's the Sudan underground mine. And you go in a elevator shaft, you go about half a mile underneath the ground, and then they take you along another probably mile long or half mile long cart ride, essentially on the mine carts, to one of their far and deep and far away mining areas. I don't think the mine has actually been like active for many decades, but it's still kind of, it was interesting to me because this used to be a pretty inhospitable place, very dangerous to work in, and now it's so safe to the point where literally we had someone in a wheelchair go down there and participate. Their mine carts have wheelchair access. They have wheelchair ramps and other shit like that down there. It's just like, it's just kind of weird to me to take the teeth off of a place like that to the point where you can just bring. Yeah, like 2/3 of our group were people well over the age of 60 and 70. Like there was a lot of old folks there. And again, same idea. It's just funny how a place like that can be made that way. But they run regular tours in there. They even have a science lab, like a physics lab, on the bottom floor there. So they've hollowed out two football-sized labs down there, and they run experiments and stuff underground. It's really cool. Didn't get to see the labs though, because apparently in 2024, uh, there was torrential rain one day or one year or whatever, and absolutely flooded that basement. So it's still like under repair to get back up to speed. I think I said maybe next year sometime it would be back up and running, but. And if you ever got into like a cave exploration thing or a mine exploration thing like that, of course they do the turn out the lights. You can see how dark it was before we had modern lighting and things like that. And Isaac did not like being in the dark like that. Oh, and also because even though it was 90 plus degrees outside, in the mine, nice, chill, 50 degrees. To the point where it's like, okay, yep, you need to wear long clothes for your mine tour, even though it's 90 degrees outside, because it's actually quite chilly down there. And the really interesting thing is they said that in the wintertime, when it's sub 20 below on the surface, it's still 50 degrees underground. So it's actually like, ooh, this is nice and warm down here compared to the frigid north. Another really interesting thing I thought about the mine was the mine shaft doesn't go straight down. It actually goes at a 78-degree angle. And the way that works is, imagine on the back of the elevator, there's just like a rail that it glides along. So it's really like a very steep minecart ride up and down. It's more than like a straight up and down vertical elevator, And it comes with all of the drawbacks of having a rail guided system like that, where it's pretty rickety rockety and kind of loud as it glides up and down. But still, it was an interesting experience. And my kid, who's been into Minecraft pretty much since he was like 2 or 3, now has seen a real life mine shaft. So yeah, my parents said next year, if they decide to host for the state park like that, they are gonna do it in May and into June, so that they'll be back well before the 4th of July, so we can go our usual stomping grounds for camping. That was a weird change of pace too. Normally we camp with my my aunt and uncle and their kids and their grandkids every 4th, and didn't really get to do that this year because they were up north. All right, one more. And then I'm going straight. Oh no, I gotta do the maxed calc thing, and then I'm going straight to bed. Hopefully the cats have worn themselves out enough that they'll just conk out as soon as we get up there. Heard the pitter patter little feet again. Oh hi. You not, please. Got 1 kill left. Please don't. Please don't. Stop. Hey. The foam padding on my wall used to be nice and clean. But now it's like ripped to shreds. As long as it still does its job, I guess. Why was I thinking this was a husk phase? Alright, last kill of the day. $24.60. I'll probably end up doing like 20 KC at the interview tomorrow just to unwind, so probably be 2480, if not 2500 by or sorry, 22 blah, transposing numbers. 4280. That'll probably be 4300 by the next stream, which means we will hit 4321 on Thursday. Now that's exciting. All right, so let's go to Divine. Let's go to the house. Or you get the drop. Well, I've committed now that I'm gonna go to 4321 no matter what. So, all right. So this is the day before the Inquisitor changes happen. Just curious to see what our ending max hits are and what they'll be tomorrow. So this is a 76, and our scythe is a 50, which means it's a 76 as well. 77, right? 87, sorry. So scythe is an 87, and that is a 76. Don't have the mace to check. But we'll check back in again tomorrow after the changes and see how that changes. Or see how that affects the max hits. Should write that down. 87 scythe and 76 kisten. $52 would be huge, but I doubt it gets there. 52 would be huge. It'd be 3 max hits, right? I don't think we're getting, because we're not getting any more percent from the Inquisitor, and I think it's just what, +3 strength bonus total. I know I can just wait to the blog, but I want to see where it was on the Twitter, right? Old school landscape. So Hauberk and plate skirt. So plate skirt's not changing. Hauberk is getting +4 accuracy. Helm is getting +2 accuracy and +2 strength bonus. So in total, it's going to be a +6 crush accuracy difference and a +2 strength bonus. That is probably not going to be enough. Oath plate's only +2 strength everything. Yeah, so then, yeah, the helm is getting +2 strength bonus to match the oath plate equivalent. Also removing all the negative stab and slash bonuses from it, so you can use it with whatever armor setup you want to do that isn't specifically crush. And then the mace is getting +7 strength bonus, up from +5 from the initial proposal, +7 crush accuracy, Guarantees a max hits in all setups and might add +2 in some setups. Now that is losing the 5% from ink, so that's why they're giving it more strength to kind of try to keep it in line with what it was. But full oath plate is only 49 max because the scythe gets an extra 2.5% when you're using crush with Inquisitor. So you'll still get the Inquisitor bonus on top of that, but I don't think the +2 strength bonus is gonna somehow magically get it to 52, even with that 2% bonus, 2.5% bonus. But again, we'll see tomorrow. Anyway, I'm gonna go to bed. It is very late for me. I need to get some good sleep because I have a job interview tomorrow, and I'll tell you about it on Thursday, I guess. Have a good night, guys. See you on Thursday.